Oh, hello, hello, hello. Hey guys, how are we? How's everyone doing tonight? Sorry for the late start of the music. It feels like it's louder today again. I know, I'm so rare nowadays. Life has decided I am not allowed to be on time all the time. Hello! Hello! Nagi! Alex! So before we get started, there is a thing I want to watch. Bonjour, mes amis! Because I'm going to do something different today. What's this? And God! Before we get into that craziness, it's a C, yes. Hello. You know what's funny about that whole thing? Me and my brother, especially when it was cancel. In regards to like fencing and stuff like that. Me and my brother used to go, and God, poke poke. Yay! So who's ready to watch the stuff with the relics? I like that shield and sword. It's probably not going to replace the ones for my main. I might give that to Atlani when I get there. I don't like that one as much. Right? I know. But you know what? Seeing what the content's, what the images are gonna be, or the weapons are gonna be, I know whether or not I want to glam them. I want that. Also, I love the fact that that's Titania's castle. I like the black one. This one I'm not a huge fan of at all. I'm not a fan of it. I'm odd though. I know, right? They're gonna be glammy anyways, but I'm also kind of not really a fan of the fact that most of the melee DPS don't have glowies. I'm okay with grind relics, though. Like, what kind of grind? Are we talking like tombstone grind or the other kind? Where you have to actually go do stuff? Yay, we gotta go do stuff. Nice. That one actually kind of looks cool. I'm not a huge fan of the green. Ye old bosh. I like this version. I love the purple, but I don't like that purple. That looks weird. I like that sword. Again, that'll probably go to Atlani when I get her caught up to it. I'm kind of on the fence about that one. I haven't decided. It looks wicked, though. It glows. Also, I love the eyeball. I like those Viper weapons, though. Oh, that's the glowy part. There's one little glowy part, and it's where the gem is inlaid into the base of the blade. I love how they have Medion on there. Why is it only certain ones have glowy parts? That got attacked by the lime green. I like the glowy on that one. Ah, no. Those are kind of cool. The gems are gonna glow. Ooh. I don't know how I feel about that. White mage? Or, no, black mage. That stone is gonna have a glow on it. Also, I can see the blinking on that, that's cool. I kind of expected in the beginning the relic grind to be low for RNG. I love that. Oh, that is so wicked. Oof. Okay, that actually works on that book. Meh. I kind of like that. That's kind of an improvement, actually. Now we definitely have the card kept to Sakura wand. Oh, even more so with the purple. Oh, I like that. Ha. That's pretty. I like that one. I'm gonna hate it when it changes color. That's pretty. I do. Okay, that's not as bad as I was expecting. That works. That almost makes me want to change gears. I like the distinction between the scholar and the summoner. Oh my gosh. I know they tried. I don't like that one. I know they try to a lot make a distinction between them, but I really like that change. Uh-oh. Ooh. I like. I don't like. They look like rockets. They do! They look like rockets! Now they just look like rockets full of slime. Was they wrong, though? They just look like rockets full of slime. Actually, I was gonna ask, should we get M8 out of the way first? I'll let her get logged in and then log out if we want to. Because I have a feeling that'll take longer. As it is wont to do. Ow. Na 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 na. Egg basket. Hash brown. Okay, I have to check this. One sec. And they're a Lala. Let's turn this away. Hash brown. I love that name. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. Alright, I'm gonna do Sierra first so we can do the M8 run. I think I only need to do this one and then I can go get my weapon. If I haven't already. Also, Pupper needs to move. Are you seriously, game? You're being ornery with me today. Okay. Alright, who's up for the M8 run? Oh, wait! Before that... Totally not selling, by the way. I have a thing to do on this character. Looking good. Alright, are you ready for me to do the Make It Rain event? Because I haven't done that on her yet. So I was gonna do it on stream. I have on my alts, and I've skipped through all of it, so I'm not surprised. So I'm not unsurprised, I should say. Not surprised. Not unsurprised by what's going on. The ebullient citizen can barely contain his enthusiasm for the gold saucer festivities. Hush you. Fair stranger, did you hear of the sensational gold saucer festivities currently underway? All who participate are entitled to a handsome MGP bonus, not to mention discounts on a bevy of prices. Simply simply unmissable opportunity. I'm sure you'll agree. What's more, I gather they're hosting special triple triad classes for younglings, all taught by the Cardinal of Cards himself, King Elmer III. Which reminds me, a rather peculiar rumor concerning the king has been circulating recently. My friend Olier works at the saucer, and by his telling, it's causing much consternation among the staff. Judging by your indomitable gaze and well-worn garb, I'd wager you're an adventurer. If any of this has whet your appetite for intrigue, I suggest you journey to Card Square and speak with Olier directly. Look at me blabbering on. I'd best be off, for I shan't rest until every old don in this fine city is privy to the Gold Saucer festivities. Alex, I'm gonna pass you lead, so when Nagi Hops is finally over, you can invite him. So I can focus on this. I like that. And to the Gold Saucer we go. Plus, I can't help how late I am to things, especially with some of the stuff going on right now. Shadow Hunter, huh? Somebody is a Gaius fan. That should be, right? No. Why am I getting lost in here? Why am I getting lost in here? I always get turned around in here. Hello? Well, I never. If it isn't Mistress Sierra. It's a pleasure to see you again. Which of our myriad games and entertainments will you be dabbling in today? Actually, I heard you're in need of some help. Uh-oh. I know, right? You came all this way to discuss the rumor with me? I'm touched that you'd take interest in what must seem a trifling matter, but if you're willing, I'd be ever so grateful for your assistance. Forgive the intrusion. I thought it best that I myself inform you of the details. I am King Elmer, and while it's not technically royal blood coursing through these veins, my reign over Cod Square is absolute. Of all our triple triad playing staff, I am without question the strongest. Alas, an unsavory rumor threatens to topple my metaphorical crown. There are mutterings that the king is no more skilled than a fresh-faced novice. I am the final hurdle before fledgling players go on to challenge the realm's best triple triad tacticians. Overcoming my curated strategies is paramount to their future standing. And yet my prowess is called into question? Inconceivable! This ordeal has proven rather stressful, Lord King Elmer III, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Even the most level-headed among us can unravel during times of crisis. It's worth noting that our records don't indicate any crushing defeats of the like to blemish his reputation. As far as the Gold Saucer is concerned, King Elmer III continues to fulfill his duty with the utmost skill and professionalism. Painstakingly have I honed my skills, analyzed countless techniques, all that I might provide our guests with thrilling experiences. If this rumor isn't contained, the very meaning of challenging me would be lost. These murmurings affect not just the king himself, but the entirety of Cod Square, and all who would test their mettle within its gilded confines. We must act swiftly to ensure they spread no further. Before you arrived, we established that none of our colleagues are the origin of the rumor, but the task remains to find those responsible. Can we count on you for aid? Of course. Thank you, adventurer. Your assistance is most appreciated. As much as I'd like to help, between my regular duties and teaching the younglings, I simply don't have the time. Please do accept my apologies. I propose we split up, question some of the patrons. I shall begin my inquiries in Round Square, which leaves you Wanderer Square in your capable hands. I said that weirdly. Let us reconvene in the Aetheryte Plaza shortly. Oh no! Oops. Ah! The notion that the king is anything but a consummate master of triple triad is preposterous. I heard he was around here somewhere, though where could he have gotten to? Aki! Looking good. How are you, Aki? Oh, wait. If you're after the king, I just spotted him here in the square losing a round of triple triad. He got absolutely trounced. Must be something going on. How goes it? What you been up to, lady? Rumor must have passed me by, but I just spotted King Elmo III striding off toward Invent Square. To catch a glimpse of him roaming the saucer, why, it's a gift from the spinner herself. Fair. Ah, adventurer, how fares your investigation? Your findings mirror my own. For a blessing, it seems that my few patrons actually believe the rumor. Although the sightings of a king wandering around outside Cod Square are cause for concern, as far as I'm aware, King Elmo III hasn't left his table. We must have an imposter on our hands. I am of the same mind. Their motives are unclear, but if they are indeed the source of the rumor, it's... No worries, Alex. It behooves us to act. Let us make for Event Square and seek out this false king. We're hunting a false king now. Oh, Aki! I had something pop up earlier, and I don't know if you saw it in Alex's Discord or if you're still in his Discord. But I found this picture earlier on, I don't remember where it was. I want to say Pinterest. And all I kept thinking when I first saw it is I thought that this was for BG3. for Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm like, now I want to see Clive in Baldur's Gate 3. I know that this is him from Tekken. I am well aware. But I saw this and I'm like, when did Clive go to Baldur's Gate? And now all I have to say is, Yoshi P wins. 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 Right? Right? I want Clive over there so bad. That would be funny. And also awesome. But then again, and then I thought about it, and I'm like, but if we wanted to do a true collab, who would they send over to Final Fantasy? Not gonna lie, I'd be totally down for Daddy Halson. King Elmer III, what are the chances we must duel? But of course, prepare yourself for a royal thrashing. Huzzah! I beat the king! 'Tis true what they say, you're as weak as they come. Bested by one of my subjects, oh the shame! Adventurer, have you sighted the pretender? Yeah, over there. There he is, our false king. Let us approach. That doesn't even look like the same guy. Say, do you fine folks partake in the delights of Triple Triad? If you are in the mood for a round or two with King Elmer, shall I be glad to oblige? I dare say we found the source of our rumor. Rumor? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Wait, you're a gold saucer attendant! Curses. You're here to detain me, aren't you? No, I won't let you. I'm not ready to give up my crown. You have no crown. Wait, you charlatan! Wait, I have a few hundred ways to trip that guy before he gets too far. What? I just let him run away. I could outrun him in a heartbeat. You recover a King Elmer card, safe and secure within a protective case. You had better present your finding to Ollier. That is adorable, Nagi. I still love that glam for you. Hey, time to go off to Card Square. Or close to... Wait. Lucy! Hey, you. You know what? Forget it. I have no qualms with jumping. It goes good. How's you doing? We have King Elmer. Oh, did I ever shoot him? I did. I'm a dork. That's okay. Wait, wrong spot. He is... Where there? Nice. I'll be doing my M8 normal here in a minute. I needed to get this out of the way, though. It is. We'll be doing her in a minute. I'm getting the Gold Saucer run. Gold Saucer Make It Rain event done for my main. And then we're going to do M8N because it's re-clear day, so it's going to take forever. Wait, I might do that tomorrow. And off stream. We'll see. But it'll be Atlani afterwards. Please accept my apologies for dashing off like that. I'm afraid my efforts were in vain. I have soon lost sight of him. Oh, did you find something? It does. King Elmo III card. These were commissioned as an exclusive gift for his most adherent fans. For Triple Triad enthusiasts, King Elmo III's unwavering dedication to the game inspires respect and devotion in equal measure. I'd be willing to bet our imposter is one such fan. With that in mind, I'd like to see this card returned to him. Though I fear he'll simply flee should we approach him directly. We'll need to devise a plan. Wham! Mommy! Now then, don't fret. We'll make an announcement and your mother will soon come and get you. Really? You promise? Absolutely. How about we head somewhere easier to find? Let's summon him with an announcement. We could use that card of his as bait to lure him out. Of course, I'll announce that we found a lost card. If he's half the King Elmo fan I suspect he is, he'll soon come to collect it. I shall make arrangements right away. In the meantime, I'd ask that you wait by the main counter for the imposter to appear. I just remembered that I hadn't done this quest on my main just yet. Oh no, 666. A King Elmo III Triple Triad card was recovered in Event Square. We kindly ask the rightful owner to present themselves at the main counter. Praise Nimia. I feared I lost you for good. You're not outrunning me again. I'm not even trying! King Elmo the Third! I thought I might offer Ollier assistance during my break. Little did I know I'd be chasing down an imposter. Can only presume this is him. You there! Having a novice masquerade as the king is a grave threat to the order of Triple Triad. If word spreads that I'm a feeble opponent, what thrill is there to be had in challenging me? Forgive me! That was never my intention. Why commit to such a guise in the first place? Look, I love Triple Triad, but I'm hopeless when it comes to playing. I felt that mimicking you would somehow make me stronger, give me a taste of victory. Then one day, someone mistook me for the real king. I got carried away and started pretending I was you. Obviously, that's no way to improve my game, but forget my kingly comportment. It's methods and tactics you must imitate. Only after rigorous analysis of your foes and stratagems will you grow stronger. When I began my journey, I struggled immensely, but by studying my opponents, learning and leveraging their skills, I gradually improved and thus developed my own identity as a player. Of course, it didn't come easy. Some opponents were difficult to mimic, and only after countless defeats did I carve a path to the throne. In a sense, the king is a composite of all those players I bested along the way. From your telling, the concept of imitation is clearly an intrinsic part of the game. Indeed, to succeed in the world of Triple Triad, you must seek out worthy opponents, commit their tactics to memory, build up your repertoire. I look forward to the day you face me, not as some pale imitation, but as a fully fledged player with your very own identity. Just you wait. One day I'll be ready to challenge the real king. Oh, and sorry again for all the trouble I've caused. As it seems the rumor has caused little damage, I'm inclined towards leniency. I hope that strikes you as agreeable, adventurer. For now. Right, I believe that's case closed. I'm glad we were able to resolve this before any lasting harm was done. You have my gratitude. I better get back to Cod Square. Do drop by sometime. It wasn't even trying! That was like a half jog to catch up to the guy. I'm relieved we were able to nip this in the bud. By way of thanks, please accept this King Elmer III card. It's one of the very first we had printed from those reserved by King Elmer III himself. A rarity among rarities, if you will. Anyhow, with the festivities still in full swing, I do hope you stay and unwind. After all, this talk of Triple Triad, I imagine you're itching to put your acquisition to the test in Card Square. I don't know about that. Okay, before I get too far, I want to see this. Bismarck's not bad. Is the only one on that one? Yes. Not my favorite. Not good, but not bad. Big red! Ooh. Oh, Queen Eternal's good. That's not terrible. Nice. Ooh. Okay, okay. Then again, if it's all low game, then I'm screwed. So, okay. Lows are highs and highs are lows. Reverse, if I remember correctly, is what it's called. I know sort of how to play triple triad. I'm still not great at it. Okay. Shall we do... Let's do it. Let's get the M8 run done. I think I only have one left to get... No. Yes. Yeah, I only have this last one. Okay. Wait, I didn't see what you had. You just choose base game? Okay. Swap. Oh god. Let's do... Oh, that was a dumb move. I'm an idiot. I saw that coming immediately. Oh! That was dumb of me. Oh, that was a bad opener. Pet doggo? Okay, I can pet doggo. She did not like today because it was hot. Wait, what? Oh, I have to do the jumbo cap, but also... Yeah, she was a hot dog, though. Not bad. Meh. Oh well. You got it. I got MGP, that's the important part. Where is my MGP at? Not bad. Not great, not bad. Go ahead and QS Alex for M8N. Gold saucer sickered. Okay. Da-da-da-da. Na-na-na-na-na. I was almost tempted to heal this. But we'll see how long this takes. Na-na-na-na-na-na-na. That is a good question, now that I think about it. For those who have played Baldur's Gate, if you could pick one of them to come here, which one would you pick? I had a feeling you would say that. Karlak is the only way, no exceptions. Ah, 3 months, thank you, D. How are you? Welcome in again. Yes, somebody said Shadowheart. So, Lucy, I don't know if you saw it earlier. So, the reason why Shadowheart is even being mentioned is because of a picture that I found on Pinterest earlier. It's a danger zone, by the way, so alert is acceptable in this case. I saw this picture. Now, I'm telling you, I'm well aware that this is Clive from Tekken. I am well aware of this fact. But when I first saw this, I thought that Clive had gone to Baldur's Gate, because that looks totally like something he could wear there. So I'm like, I would love now to have Clive go to Baldur's Gate, but if we had to send Clive over there, who would we bring back to Final Fantasy? Because it's only fair. One goes. And I'm sitting here going, I want to see that now. This has to be a thing.
Can the challenger defeat the wolf in his own lair?
I wonder if you can keep up.
Such speed, it's as if there's a pack of him. Oh no! They couldn't avoid that one. A stylish ovation, well done.
To be, they're my claws, they're my fangs. And I howl at the moon.
I do like toying with my prey. Can't you fend off a pack of wolves?
Yes. Or at least I think I can. One of our white mages is named Pom Pom.
Fly true! The earth is mine to command!
The challenger's down! Is this the end?
Not bad.
Not bad.
But we've scarcely begun.
Oh my god.
Bear my biting wings!
Ooh, that was close.
Still you stand. How delightful! Fenrir's power can be wielded in surprising ways.
Oh, where did that colossal thing come from? Is not the Colossus to the sword?
Oh, that was close. Oh my.
Must have heard. But they're not out of the fight yet.
No. There's one thing I know. Ow. Yike.
You're mine.
That was by the hair of my tail. My tail.
A pack of wolves.
Ow. Oh, wait, no. Behind him.
Try this.
Oh no! That was too much for the challenger!
Ah.
They're back on their feet! Let's see if they can stay standing!
Gotta say, it looks like one of our white mages is a glare mage. Ow. I hit the button.
You're mine. A pack of wolves.
I wanted to be a smart aleck when he said when he says you're mine and go, aren't you taken? I mean, you do have a girlfriend and all. Pom Pom. It's the
It's
calm.
all over. Until next time.
I don't need anything, so I'm gonna leave. There were a couple of way too close calls on that one, guys. Right. Oh, mine wasn't due to mitigation though, Nagi. I think I didn't dodge something for one. Yeah, I missed Chew the half area cleaves. I was a little behind. It happens. Now that we got that done, yes. And I think I finally got all 7. Yes, I'll do that later. I wanna... Actually, I can do this part later, too. I get sidetracked in things. I have a mount to gather that can all be stuff done on after stream. Oh, nice. Time for the sweet little aura. Also, off stream, I got flying, so I don't have to be ferried. I have flight in all zones I have access to on her. Oh. Yeah. Exotic curl. Hrothgar. I bet. So, I have a question for some of you guys. Oh, I'll do that later. Oof. I think I only have the one now that I think about it. Yeah. I'll deal with that later. Some of the quests I have off to the side are like side quests and stuff like that that I do need to get back to, but I can deal with that later. We're on to the MSQ, because I want to get further in this and then finish out Eden. Oh, my neck is popping. I will be doing Occult Crescent. Let's see. I can do the unlock of it tomorrow, and then... I see an Agi. Let's see. Yes, Nagi is cute. Trying to think. I did want to do a Occult Crescent. Occult Crescent looks fun. Frozen! Right? I just got it downloaded before stream. I want to do Occult Crescent tomorrow. I do know I want to do that. And then, depending on how long that takes to get it unlocked and all that. Oh no. Depending on how things go for the unlock on that and all that, I might get to 16 or EX33. I'm debating how much further I want to do on EX33 with all the emotional damage they have dealt me recently. And I know it's only about to get worse, so there's that. The smiles aren't helping shit, you guys. Ah, Atlani, you are returned. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful. But of course, it wasn't. Go on. Their corporeal ether shows signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you'll be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Matoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of a body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told. But I'm kind of also hoping to get done with 16 here soon, which I have, since I've cleared out all the side quests, I think minus some hunts, I can move forward again. I love how I'm more interested in doing hunts on 16 than 14.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay,
That's true.
with apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Master...
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryl's findings.
I've been trying to do some of them. I might go back and do an alternate playthrough.
It was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryl is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
And also getting
Perhaps
mounts
an explanation
for some
the
of them.
method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage.
Yeah.
In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy.
I want to do a new game plus
The
for
magic that
16
summons
just
you
to
was
see
no
Sid again.
exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, It works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one sure method.
Alize peeks up at that.
Oh. What was that for?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
We love you, Alize.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
What?
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather
We
than
love you,
dwelling upon
Stola.
the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured. White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us.
Who's ready to do this one?
On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Numo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court. And it is
Anyone
said
for Grand
that none in
Cosmos?
all of
With the
Northrend
mods,
is
get
more
the group
knowledgeable
together.
than they on matters of the soul.
We are on Primal
Well,
Ultros.
I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question.
I believe we
Years
will have
ago, I
one slot
myself
left.
tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but If their knowledge might feasibly
You think you're
facilitate my
recovered
return
enough
home,
to run?
we'll have to
Uh-oh.
try.
Did you get sick, Frozen? Or are you talking about recovering from your terrible download speed? Ooh, ouch. If you're truly not up for it, then I can totally understand that. You get your rest and feel better. That has to hurt. The Grand Cosmos, that is, the palace we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best that I devote mine energies to the creation of white oversight. By thy leave, of course, the process requireth no small amount of time, and should the Numo consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Well, I bet that's a problem too, there, Nagi. Now I'm less worried about you being in pain and more worried about you being able to, focus. Frozen? 800 milligrams? Is that making you loopy? Agreed. Then I would ask the rest of you to meet me in Solon. And do be prepared for a warm reception. Fair enough. It took me a minute to figure out where the last quest was for this. I'm so happy I got flight now, though. I didn't know I could land up here. I thought it was too high up. Wait. Can I land up here? No. Sag. I bet it did! What's funny for me is for a lot of people, morphine knocks them out, and the only time I've ever had morphine, I didn't even get tired. And then I go to hydrocodone, and it knocked me out. Like, no questions. I was out cold. Uh-oh. I might wait before I start this thing. I see Raspberry. How goes it? How you doing, Raspberry? Thank you for the stretch. Yes, you did. As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host's familiars. And I expect our reception today to be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but are we not here to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging in looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creation. Were I them, I should be most interested to meet with those who could overcome my defenses. Someone else might get me. Kick that door in, right? As would any true seeker of knowledge, there is little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves away from the world. But if we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Weapons drawn it is, then. Though, I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this. Just a little bit. Nagi gets me, of course. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoy the thought of fighting alongside you all rather than pacing about inside the crystal tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits, if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Atlani is around. Nice! Good catch. What exactly are you implying? She averted a calamity, and the light of which seemed destined to consume her has been extinguished. It's only natural we'd be pleased to see her. That makes sense. You are that. Yes, well, you will have plenty of time to celebrate her good health after we've finished here. Of course. Then let us proceed to the palace. The Grand Cosmos. Fat cat. Can I actually jump on this boat? Hey! Ah, nice! Welcome back, Blaine. All right. All we need is our tank. Are you still on your way, Frozen? Okay. I need to get the wind-up Ariange for her. Actually, I will be right back myself, guys. I'm gonna do a quick bio while we're waiting. Nagi, I'm gonna pass you lead for when Frozen gets here. And Frozen, once you get here, just message Nagi. Alright, I am back. Thank you. Alright, let's get the Grand Cosmos going. I can but imagine what manner of beasts keep guard here. No doubt they will afford us scant opportunity to explore the palace. Pity. Sure. Yeah. For those who come after, you're a jerk. I hate it. Damn it. No, Gustav. Why must you damage me emotionally? How dare. Ugh. Uh-oh. I'm not a sweet summer child. What are you talking about? Wrong person. Hit the button, thank you. That was a little close for comfort. I hate this boss! Wait, did that not take? It did take a hit. Oh, okay. I thought he was done. Damn it. I know. I hate him. I hate them so much right now. Nice. I missed Nagi, god damn it. Right? Parry it! Right. Also, yeah! Way to go, Lucy! Hit the wrong button again. God damn it. On. I shall never claim to be the best. I bet. I know, right? I saw that. Why? I have to try that out on her. So Mothbutt. I feel bad, I haven't been the greatest today on healing. You have sullied these halls long enough. Come, Lucas. Yes. Yet, what company? Oh no, I think it's gonna catch that. Damn it! Oh, we saw some things, I guess. I hope we can make this. Huzzah! We did it. And I leveled up. Right. I do like this dungeon. It is fun. You guys. I've had it, and they might have changed it, but I have had it happen 3 times.
That was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
And we had to wipe because there was nothing else to use it on. But that was a while ago.
Backlogue, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit. We come to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Shake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all. And I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion.
Alright, all the dog puns.
But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
Pun.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me. What horrors my knowledge has wrought.
Okay, guys, 1 or 2. I refuse all you want. We won't lie down and accept defeat. We would never misuse it. Although I'm kind of leaning towards number 2. I also love the first one, right? Full torment.
Of all the visitors I could possibly have, they're even more stubborn than I am.
I like that one.
Oh. No. Oh. Very well.
Or backlog.
I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Becklug. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to using such words when treating with them. I have ever sought to convince, not compel. Yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Oyanje shared his knowledge of the new Mo with us. Had he not, Becklug would not be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guest waiting would only add insult to injury. We mustn't dally here any longer, Atlani. If Becklug is to hear the truth of our travails in the first, you of all people should be present. It's not that far, but I'm just gonna teleport. Damn. Jammy jams. And they're a lullafill! Oh! Excuse me, sorry. Yes, I have it. Business with the Exarch. Right?
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery.
Flummery.
But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far
Right.
denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own. And your soul is the densest of them all.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin-Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
I always love redoing some of this stuff, especially when the game still has some replay value, and you can see how things are different through different characters. The only reason why I even like, or well, not the only reason, I do create alts for lore purposes because I do try to build backstory for all my characters. But the other reason why I like going back through with alts instead of just new game plusing it is because if I decide to say not do white mage, I can see how that affects the story. It may be in later game, but I can see how it affects story. What's the for, Lucy? I have art, like for Atlani, she's supposed to be a sweeter character, more soft-spoken, in my head at least, than in her story. But in the story for her, she couldn't go under the water in the Ruby Sea because she's from there. And because she left home, she's not allowed back. Much like Yugiri. So the entire underwater escapade for her was just Lise and Atlani. Or was just Lise and Alize. Atlani did not join. Not at first, anyway. You have spun quite a tale. But tell me, have you given any thoughts as to how you might return to your world? White Orosite, you say? An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen to their souls within the Orosite. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Well, my original journey together, but Shadowbringers is still why I'm trying to figure out what role they had. That's fair. We have another Garlala! Yay! I am stealing that from GG and using it. I had 3 start out in ARR and Ellison start in Heaven's Word of Year in Stormblood, and a Hero from Shadowbringers, 2 Makotes, and a Ephemeral from Dawntrail. My poor Bun in command of the other 2 psychos. Then there you go. Yep. Then it would be possible to force our souls into a state of dormant. Then would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? My original 3 characters were based on my D&D characters, so they naturally had a really big back. Well, yeah, D&D. Not even going there about D&D. That always happens. You always have a huge story. That's kind of how I, not really, the D&D part, no, but Sierra has a huge background because of my brain for D&D. But yeah, Atlani, I'm still working on her for a little bit. The Bunbreaker, I have kind of it as her and Sierra are on the same timeline. They're both Warriors of Light from the same world. Because I remember you telling me that they look like tieflings. A little different, but yeah, they look like tieflings. I love tieflings. I've been the flashbang obsessed all raw on a mock. Miko loves explosives. Oh my god. I just imagine them. The Miko joining the goblins in the whole Gobby boom. Yes. That's fair. In theory, yes, but the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw ether from your surroundings. This process must be halted and the resulting surfeit of ether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from the faux bodies of yours, and rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks, like those poor souls at the inn at Journey's Head, corrupted by the sin eaters, their ether made stagnant by the lights. Corrupted? Stagnant? Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why, do you think you might be able to help them? I might, or I might not, but I shan't know for sure until I have seen their condition firsthand. Then I'd be glad to take you to them, on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Each one is a separate... see... of them brought together for the fight against Garlod. Nice. Well, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guests to the inn, I will assist Oriandre in creating the requisite oversights. I should create... well, I have a separate Discord for RP, but I can create a lore channel. I've thought about it, just combining them two. Alec, mods, can you do !RP Discord? I think that was the command, I don't remember. Or if you would like, you guys can add the lore channel. We can do that too. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Becklug as necessary? Of course. Let us make for Almorang then. That's fair. Lucy, all of us can be degens every once in a while. Well, most of us. So this is Halric, is it? Yes, his etheric balance leans perilously towards the light. Toward stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, boy? The same as all poor souls corrupted by the light. He will become a senator. I know somebody else who had that same problem there, Lucy. You don't know that. We've defeated the Wardens, banished the light from the night sky. Halric was completely unresponsive before, but now... Then perhaps there is yet hope, hmm? If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patient. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the ether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Velvet. Then, for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it. But for their sakes, I will break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Right. What's this? Warmth I feel in my chest. Totten stares blankly at you. It would seem the tonic hasn't had no effect. I feel warm. And my legs, they don't feel as heavy. Now then, have you noted any changes in the patient? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function. In most of the patients, at least. The more severely afflicted show no response. As I feared, then. 'Tis true that with the restoration of night, the corrupting influence of light will no longer grow, and yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal ether. Their incorporeal ether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Halric, appear unaffected by the tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, could he wake to find himself an old man? A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we can find a way to hasten their recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them, we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. I love Becklug. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the royal court of Volbert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administered to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hoped to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering, a plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, which should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. And now you have a chance to redeem yourself. That I do, a comforting thought indeed. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal ether. Do you think you can do it? Take two on that. Do you think it can be done? Where the sky is still ablaze with primordial lights, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now, we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the ether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. Rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done, if it's all the same to you. Whatever reagents must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it. Same. I admire your spirit. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials, the purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced that the resulting familiar could help the patient, fine. Alphino, water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone befriended the Fey folk. Oh, while you're about it, seek out the new Mo of Pal Ani. They will be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs. You're fine. Right, let's get this over with, shall we? There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Mordsuke, anybody? Clay from Amare would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? You can ask the miners of Twine. Ah, yes, they will be able to point you in the right direction, I'm sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there is aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here. To Twine it is. Magnus! Atlani! Well, what a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We've just this moment finished repairing the Talos, and trolley you thought took to Nabatha rang. The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter had we not had a visit from Master Choi. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that China's. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas that I had for putting the giant Talos to work. Like a giant trolley, but Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing our guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me Atlani here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend? We're looking for some of the purest clay. I see, and this familiar requires clay from Amarang. Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, it isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere or other, waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Buren mines to make adobe bricks. Place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than to look there. I know, me too. No, Bahamut. Oh, yes, go get some rest, Frozen. Thank you for helping out. You have earned your sleeps. You're not wrong. Can we get some exclamation mark knights in chat for Frozen? Why did I never see the giant red cactuar? The twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay, I take it? Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water. Then heat the mixture with the Fey lantern. After that, it will be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Declan, I have a question. In the event that we had need of this spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. Halric and the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them. If there is a chance the spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhaps you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect, and you are plainly more familiar with these people than I. I dare say there are few in all of Norvrat more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Atlani? Very few indeed. I'll give it my all, for Halric, for Tesleen. Then we are all of a mind on the matter. Alize shall be the one to conjure the familiar.
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
She's no artist.
I think I know what you mean.
No alpha, no.
There we are. How's that?
Well, it is certainly creative. There's no denying that.
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Polx's image steady in your mind's eye.
Alpha knows over there dying.
As I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Not bad for a first attempt. Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
I love this nod to FF8.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Mother, I...
Halric. Hugs. It's waking him up, though. How is he, Becklug? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Gods, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. We're so close now, Halric. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker. What you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul, has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, that is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling all safe transport back to the source via Orsight. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Becklug said when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases, or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, then the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Gabu. Gabu. Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Halric's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with the earth aspect of ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him, right? Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? I see. His condition does sound similar, yet there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here, work requiring patience. Of course, and as long as there is hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness if it is all the same to you. I'd like to stay here with Angelo and continue their treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Becklug and see if you can't make some headway with their newly posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. Let us return to the Crystarium then. Finally! I found you! Kaishir. Kaishir? What are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai's beside herself, sighing, pacing, the whole lot. Near enough begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on, then. It's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Becklug. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says that the future of Yulmore is at stake. Oh no! No one upset Julia Chai. It's not allowed. Okay, I have to pause here for a second. How many exactly do we have now that we're not allowed to upset? We have Tataru. I know that is one. Nanamo is another one, and Julia Chai. And are there any others that I'm missing? Because upsetting those three is not allowed. Cashier is anxious to see you and Alphino back to Yulmore. Lady Chai's up in the parlor. Best not to keep her waiting, eh? To Yulmore. I know I'm not getting this all done in one go. I doubt I'm even going to get to the next trial in one go. Well, not here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that, sighing. Strange, so let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. Yeah, China's has wandered off.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
That is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well, no one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
Sorry, but I think he's fled. No. I don't know, but whatever it is, he won't have fled.
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
When you leave without a word. Kind of a given what's gonna happen, right? For all his comforting word, Alphonso is plainly troubled by Master Chai's sudden disappearance. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I'm sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone has saw him leave, or, failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. Buena. Master Chai? Why, yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood, concerned about Yulmore's neglect of industry, you see. With Lord Vorthry's apparently inexhaustible stores of meal, and no great need for money, it's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Boutique of Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Ba-na. Ultimately turning remains the same. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? The last I saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while, but his concerns over the city's defenses amongst others. About his concerns over the city's defenses amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after our confrontation with Lord Vothri, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you and yours, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitting, I proposed replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts in Gatetown. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Kalusia as well, and I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. Ha! I recall a man fitting that description asked to speak with the poor buggers lately come from the right. Said he wanted to know the state of things down in the derelicts, and you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing. There was plenty to tell. Oh, when he heard that, he started mumbling to himself something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts, he asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. Looked like he was headed for Gatetown when I last saw him. Hey, made it! Ah, there you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? these are some things that I've learned that he's concerned about, and a little bit of the direction. Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee too, as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the bee. Perhaps. But the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? All we know for certain is Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore but the surrounding settlements. It seems logical then that having consulted those within the city walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Atlani, if you would go and make inquiries in Right, I shall do likewise in Stilltide. Gate Town I leave to you, Kaishir. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we've finished? Well, Top Wrong would seem to me to be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then, but if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. No, that name doesn't ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mistel gentleman here not long ago. He wanted to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather, the lack of them. We lost a great many people to their promises of meal and the chance of a lavish life among the free, and the Vothri fought to take even more from us, conscripting a few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Senators came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Vothri's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I told your friend China's, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after. And that was that. Oh, they said top wrong. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gatetown as well, did he? I see Kai and I glean much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Calusia, And the only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. Well, stop standing around and move. And let me move. Goodness. Atlani, Alphino, Kaishir, what are you doing here? You might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it. And when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai, but since we are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? We were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from the nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? No, no, no. Let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn about the problems faced by the people of Calusia. That much is true, but I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges will require resources, and until I have secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see, and you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed, the people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plan, a man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. With respect, such forethought is in itself proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion for what little it is worth. We will vouch for you should he require convincing. Whatever you need, you can count on us. I don't know what to say. You don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore, but that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble, or boil more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze, but you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up gold, didn't you? How hard could marrying be? You're going to steer Yulmore to a better future. I know it. I'm tripping over my tongue. I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way. If you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you. But I can't deny it gives me heart. Come, then, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here. To find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly, and are you certain he is here in Amity? Rendon is his name, and yes, he is, or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided that his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Valthyri's father when he was in office. If Ranjit was the mayor's right hand, one might say Rendon was the left, and between them, they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. But even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him? Here in Amity, they may be able to shed some light on his reasons for rejecting our overtures out of hand. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should start with Tristal. Then, as I recall, you made rather a favorable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. Greetings, friend, and you too, Master Chai. I presume you're here to ask after Rendon. I couldn't help overhearing your earlier exchange. Yes, well, with Valthyri gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one else rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that we could build a better Yulmore together, and that is still my wish. But given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore. I would not see you suffer for Valthyri's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. You desire to right the wrongs of your past, of Yulmore's past, is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. Resolve to change. I believe he was headed towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well, to Pit 8 we shall go, and I will not take no for an answer. Nay, not even a maybe. I love how effectively this is a quest of making Chai grow a pair. And be assertive.
Well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends.
Right.
Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
No, I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Valthyri's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness. but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vorthry. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable, yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vorthry was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vorthry's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. It seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course, content to, as you say, wallow in indolence, in ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthry. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered if our nation is to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people.
I hear Oriange in there.
I'd rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office.
You would?
You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Smart. Right then. Is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? Welcome back. You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree. Therefore... Wait. Okay. For some odd reason, the sentence structure there threw me off for a sec. You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems that Yulmore now faces. I assume you will agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Ah yes, meal being neither a desirable nor or less sustainable option, I assume alternative foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not like to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer, and I will consider offering you my counsel. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply, and another that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security, stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My, think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes, it began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago, after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinas. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet, only my intention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. A fair point, Rendon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment of maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos? But Delos Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into use. Well, as the heir of Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I am quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Gathering firewood, as it were. Rendon is quite right. Building a Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Ooh, that'd be awesome. Which is why I proposed to make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Clusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me. Awesome! I need to finish EX33 though. I saw that there was some irony that on that. It's 33 days past the date they launched it, and they reached 3.3 million copies sold. That's kind of funny. Right? Aha! The old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with a dashedly potent insulating power capable of halting the flow of ether in a Talos. You need only get within throwing distance of one and let it fly, thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal out of you. That's as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Right. Here. Ben is 100% meme material. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. And to make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishir says. These lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it is safe to subdue the Talos, understand? Well, I think I'm almost there, actually. Good, then let's be off to the quick way through the north gate and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Keep a lookout for danger. Alert China's when it is safe to incapacitate the Talos. You may move the spike. Yeah. Oh wait, he said perhaps it's best to approach from the rear. I clicked! Why won't it do the thing? Oh, that's right. I did it! I did it! Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? Parry it! I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You better run before those things turn around. Leave the next one to me, Atlani. I love Verso. I also feel kind of bad for Mayo right now. She's lost her family twice. I know, this is where the smiles come out. Haha, that should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. I know. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless and foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it! Right? Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish your food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is plain your time at the Stoneworks has equipped you to lead as evidenced by your extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmore. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics. Which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmore the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these Talos, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmore's leadership is at last in capable hands. Would you not agree? We should probably be getting back soon, Master Chai. After you've tinkered with the Talos and all that, Lady Chai is worried sick. Question. Why don't they just let them walk down? Just saying. They do.
Right then, form a line and make for Yulmore.
There's no way you're fitting those into your pocket. Even with the Warrior of Light's pocket dimension in their pocket. After all, we can carry dead bodies in there.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard!
Shouldn't you guys be up front so they know that those aren't runaways?
Stay back! All of you!
Is that... Darling, you're back.
Uh-oh. Don't kill him.
Of course I'm back. You didn't see.
She's gonna kill him one of these days.
Oh, oh dear.
Julia, you gotta stop.
Thank you.
You're right.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
She has to be a sumo wrestler or something,
Oh,
right?
no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Yay!
Oh, how wonderful!
Careful, Julia.
Please!
You're gonna kill him again. Alphino just raised him. Right, Dodge times 2. That was quite a reception. One master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talos has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Yulmore, it will be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. Once, you know, he gets his breath back. Right? No need to fret, Atlani. I have never felt better. I'm not at all overawed by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As for where to do it, if we were to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the emergent. I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You there, Kaishir, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of Gate Town and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the guards know not to bar the way to Valthry's chamber. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming she's available. Might as well see it that take two. Might as well see it through to the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. Words, they're hard. Right, his poor spine. If I were him, I'd be terrified of her whenever she gets super, super happy. Because that means she's gonna break him. Literally. I would love to get a picture from the top of that. So that would be an awesome view. Ah yes, Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergent is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded, citizens and non-citizens. But for you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, miss.
Go on, dear.
Speeches.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Forthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations. And I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness.
But
Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved.
wait.
The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you.
Am I right about that?
But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
Yay! Go, Master Chai. That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all this, it is that change begins with the individual. It is but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But We must not forget the individuals who made all these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which this city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? We will not be moving into the emergent, dearest. It's too big for one thing, and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence, and I will govern here in the parlor. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Ah, yes, of course. Yes, of course. Heaven bet. Aye, that's me. I liked your speech, but there's folk outside these walls as don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who's counting their crumbs. If you've a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. Then we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Atlani. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I had resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmor's future was secured, but it is clear to me now the city is in capable hands. I have every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. So Alphino's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I have been thinking about what I should do in all of this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends in paradise. That paradise is gone, but something better is taking its place. And I reckon I want to be a part of it. This you more for the people Master Chai's been going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends all find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. Far nobler dream than the one to which you clung before, and one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit. Just a matter of taking the first step. Truly to see Kaishia thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here in Yulmore, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower. Mayhap Bekleg's studies have borne fruit in our absence. I am tripping over my tongue right now. Like crazy. It's foggy! you... Yes, I have business with the Exarch. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote, and after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Aura site? Our work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference and concluded at length that White Aura site was ill-suited for our purposes. But Orionge, did you not say that compared to the massy soul of an Asian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Becklug's invaluable insight, 'twould indeed prove a trifling matter, were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul. A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Orosight doth require. Thus the shedding of these fleshy simulacra, and the surfeit of ether which compriseth them, would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyche as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Orosight instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process, which is why we have abandoned that plan, and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. And we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussion turned to the transference of memories of the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Atlani, do you recall what we learned of my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Yune? I speak of the royal eye of Alagan, imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Alagons. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Alagons were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, replete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Atlani return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tataru will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. Then I would beg leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give all regards to Taru, won't you? Of course. More donuts. Damn it, donuts actually do sound good. Ah! Atlani, you're back! How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Cryo will be here shortly, and she'll want to hear too. Ooh, that does sound good. She's just tending to the others. Their bodies, I mean. God, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
Yes.
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Estinian!
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadow Hunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead.
Xenos.
But his soul lives on. And he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos ye Galvus. Nor did the surprises end there. For no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn. What's wrong?
The echo. Kicks in at the worst times. This case is not as bad. I've seen him in action. His body, at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me then, by all means. Boop! Hey Ravens, how are you? For what good it will do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. How goes Prague so far? Come then. I'm not doing his voice right now. My throat's been hurting. Ah. Ah, the simple pleasure of one's flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Atlani was barely a match for him. If we stay here much longer. Emperor Varus, your radiance, are you alright? We may wear out our welcome. Your radiance, no! Lest even the most middling of sport be spoiled. The world conspires to bore me. I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Xenos! Well, any bright ideas? Just one. Well, that did the job. Your radiance! Right. The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech. We cannot let them escape! I mean, if it stops everybody else. Who's doing something that was in the middle? I'll leave party, and then you guys can do whatever you were doing. I'm gonna try and skip through a lot of this, because we had gotten so far already in that cutscene. How far can I skip ahead? There we go. A little closer. I'm not rereading everything. All of a sudden I'm kicked from like cutscene. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not at the end of that. Hold on. It happens. then. I love this. Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. Xenos! Alright, this part's a solo instance. I forgot. Not. Damn it. We make those easy marks by moving together. I suggest we split up. Alright then. I'll take the low road, so to speak. See you outside. Stay safe. Hey, wait, I recognize this layout. Well, someone's been busy. You would fall my way, would you? So be it. Come on, Nidhogg, lend me your strength. Oversoul. Kicking in. Ah, Jesus. Yep. That was me being dumb. Let me sprint. Let me get there faster. can do this fight. I know I can. Ah. Damn it all. Da, 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 na, 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 na. Okay guys, time for a poll. How many tries is it gonna take me? Because I'm not lowering the difficulty, I'm just gonna stay normal until I get it right. Spend some of those points. 69. I'm gonna save that for when I get to the bit, because that'll help get rid of all of them. Ah, shit, no. Too bad I can't hit those guys. Seriously. Unstoppable. We'll see about that. Nigog! Show them your fury!
Taste my loss.
He broke the weapon and the room. Boo, Page Willie. Guardians and then Machina. Now, where are you guys?
Are you all right?
Peer into my past, did you?
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours, but no matter.
It saves
Our confrontation was
explanation.
cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray.
Stretch.
Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware. Though we still know next to nothing, it can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but With the Archons still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
I'll try not to, no promises.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Beckwell can manage without you. They've got enough scions to help them, if you ask me. Meanwhile, in Garlemald, traitors! You would dare deny Nerva the throne? Ah! Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours! Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing. Like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. Oh, right. That hue. Your soul is. Who are you? Before your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want for new master, a hunting dog if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you seek next. Zodiac. Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the first. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening the stoneworks, and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages, too. Even laying on free talos to help anyone willing to make the move. Free Talos? We best get packing. Steady work. Board and lodgings? If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Hope. Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that feeble flame rekindled. Trouble! It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. Trouble around every corner. Black and white. Okay, do the tripping over tongue, yawning, and all that. I think I'm gonna call it here. Plus, it's between patches. So that's the perfect place to call it, right, guys? And if we can kind of keep this pace, I think I might be able to get to the next trial by the end of that. But I have a question for you all before we end it tonight. For the next stream in which I do it, Lonnie, do we want to do more of the main scenario, or should we get onto the weapons? Should we do the Whirlit story? I was thinking the same thing. Let's get the weapons out of the way. I know there's one in there that's going to be a pain in the ass to do, but I'm thinking it probably would be fun. Alright, so who do we want to go say hi to tonight? Who are we raiding out to? Who's on? I see Zordon doing Star Ocean. Sakuno's doing Minecraft. Yuki Suna's doing For the King. I'm skipping over people that I know that are doing things that I don't want people to be exposed to. Virus is doing Magic the Gathering. You know what, let's go give some... Oh, we have Milky Note 2 doing 60. You know what, let's go do Sakuno. She's currently doing Minecraft, so please go give her a cheer. Tomorrow we will return to 14 for well, no, we don't need to worry about that. So it's going to be Claire Obscure as well as 16 tomorrow. I'm going to try and split that half and half. Thank you all for stopping by. Love you all. Be kind to yourselves and to each other. And we'll see you all tomorrow. Night.